Start Instagram. If I do it all at once, then it works great. All right. Excellent. All right. We will get started in just a moment. The primary thing I have to do is open up. Where is it? Get in here. Oh, that's why. We will be up in just 1 minute, everybody. Hang out.
Can people hear me?
Yes, they can. I believe so. Hold on 1 second.
I will refrain from telling them what your phone number is.
Don't. Sorry for the clickety-clack as well. I have a very gamer-friendly keyboard to everybody out there. I'm thinking about fixing that, but it'll be another big step forward.
My son specifically has a keyboard that makes a specific noise.
Yes. Oh yeah, it's a big thing. It's huge. There's the, hold on. I think it was on Bloomberg. I have a.
There's an answer there too. Hi, everybody.
There was a big Elon Musk story on Bloomberg about Grok.
Okay.
There's so many. I'll show you in a minute. It's some funny shit. Okay, hold on. We'll get started. Let me jump straight in there. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's Hal Sparks Mornings, Megaworldwide, the greatest live stream in the history of live streams. Hit that like, subscribe today, do it, get our numbers up. You know you're contributing to something worthwhile by just clicking that little subscription thing. It didn't cost you anything. Is that not even a thing? Facebook, follow that page. It doesn't cost you anything. It's no skin off your nose. You can just go ahead and do it. If millions of bots can follow Elon Musk, you, a real human being, has the physical strength to be able to follow me on any one of these given sites. Now, speaking of real human beings, Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Glenn joining us for Friday Eye. I recognize, I recognize sometimes we out nerd you guys. I get it. Okay. Matter of fact, I'm even wearing my snazzy Nerd Halen t-shirt, which I designed using AI. Thank you very much.
Nice.
Yeah. This was one of its many screw ups, but I actually liked it. So it's available in the Twitch store, I think, and maybe even in the Teespring. But it wears very well. I will say it's breathable, and it's a good fabric, and it's stood up in the wash. So that's all I can ask for in a lot of these situations. So
I like to say that screw ups are the mother of inventions.
This is a great way of looking at it. Yeah, a lot of times in creativity, that wasn't a mistake. That was fate. That's the way.
Right.
Yeah, doesn't so much work with jokes. And and after I've excused Rob for the day, and we start going into the Trump dump documents that are coming out like as we speak, and his Al Smith dinner shit that was just fucking brutal.
That was bad. Is that how Catholics want to be represented? That they put that on?
Okay. So what they want to be represented by, and here's where I will give everybody the benefit of the doubt in this particular situation, is what they are desperately trying to do is say that there is a point too far in our politics where we cannot be in the same room together. And we have not reached that point. No matter what happens, the goal is we can sit and joke about each other. We can roast each other like it's the Dean Martin roast. And we're all just buddies at the end of the day. And everybody, when Johnny Carson roasts Don Rickles at the end of the old Dean Martin roast or whatever, he says terrible things for 8 minutes, and then he gives him a hug and says, "I truly love you," and whatever. That's that kind of shit. And the problem with that is Roe was gutted. And there's this weird thing about, first of all, hardline Catholics being for that and the rest of the country being against it. And Donald Trump being the spearhead of it and a woman running for president on the other side. That it's not even that, she's afraid or offended to be in the room with him. It just makes no sense. And it's sort of a gross miscarriage of reality, and so overall it was terrible. But the point is, even worse than the fact that he was just a gross, terrible person, was his timing was brutally awful. I don't know. I wrote early this morning on Shitter. I was like, he didn't tell jokes. He passed them like kidney stones. They were coming out in clumps, like painful clumps in his urine. It was just this kind of this is a terrible, it was awful. It was, and at certain points I was like, how is Fox going to cut this together to try and show some of it? And it is the tightest cuts I have ever seen them when they've covered anything from the Al Smith dinner or the correspondence dinner. They'll sometimes take a piece of it that's clear or one solid joke. And with Obama and Clinton and Biden, there's been these chunks. They can play a piece. It's 30 seconds to a minute. It's a couple of jokes in a row or one of the fuller jokes. In this one, they were literally getting sentences and cross-cutting, but during the sentence, it was brutal. Jesus.
Even some of the Gaffigan stuff. Sorry, I said his name probably incorrectly, but
no, you got it.
Beyond roast, it's just gross. He's calling everybody corrupt in the room, and roasting is I've never been a fan of it, but it should be humorous things about idiosyncrasies of a person, not accusing them of being an awful person when they just literally put Trump up there to talk about it, who's just wants to get rid of the whole frickin' democracy. It's just insane.
Yeah, and Gaffigan has this. He had a line which is this is one of those situations where it's well crafted, decently placed joke that absolutely does not fit the circumstance. And he goes, his joke was, obviously there's somebody who isn't here and I got to address the elephant in the room that, who's not here, the middle class. Okay. I get it's a black tie dinner. I also have news for him. And maybe because we're comics and we go to work in a t-shirt or a button-down short-sleeve shirt all the time, middle-class people go to formal events and dinners and stuff all the fucking time. And Catholics in general, the archdiocese and other people like that spend, in theory especially, most run-of-the-mill priests and bishops in the area spend a lot of time working and being in the community. They're not dressed in suits all the time, and they're not like Kenneth Copeland necessarily. All child sex issues aside, the vast majority, are sort of focused on the religion. Not obviously the dude who's sitting next to Trump, who's a big fan, right? Clearly there's a distinction. But this idea that this is somehow a dinner of elites or whatever, and that was the zinger of the night, and not the fact that pro-life Catholics forced this dude in there. They set up this thing to destroy Roe v. Wade, and Trump is trying to blame them. Everywhere else he goes, he's blaming Catholics and Democrats and Republicans. Everybody wanted Roe v. Wade done, right? That's his story. He keeps telling everybody. And when he says that, part of what he means is this motherfucker right next to me, this guy, Dolan, and the people around him. And so, there's such a bigger issue in the room that it seems petty. It was a very, oddly enough, it was a let them eat cake kind of a joke that meant to be the opposite. It was weird. Yeah. And I appreciate Gaffigan for going, and I appreciate that it's meant to be a jokey and all that kind of stuff. However, Gaffigan makes more money than most of the people in that room, especially the politicians. Let's just say that right out in front. That by a long shot. There was this story that came out. J.D. Vance, during his book tour, got $40,000 a speech and insisted on first class travel. Okay. Your agent and your book company is going to insist on first class travel. First class travel is more like it, but first class travel for most authors. They're going to ask for or insist, or best available is usually what the contract says. It's standard. $40,000 to speak, though, for your own book tour, that's weird.
Right, you're there to sell your book.
You're a human ad campaign.
Buying books.
Right. They pay for your first class hotel and your first class flight to get you there, so you work for free to pitch your own book. They get you as an ad for your own shit on the cheap. That's what the publishing company does. And it's fun to go on a tour like that. I went to Queer as Folk. We did a DVD tour. We didn't get paid to be there. They just flew us around nicely, and we got to meet fans, right? And that's the trade-off. That's the thing. You're getting to meet and build a relationship with fans that you wouldn't necessarily be able to see. Now, obviously, as a stand-up, I went to every place that we went anyways. I didn't need Showtime to send me there. But most of the cast don't have a life like that. So this was a great thing for them. And so, and rightly so. Some people hated it. But in the case of J.D. Vance, the fact that he was wanting to get paid up front either spoke to the fact that he was, I guess, making money on being Ron Howard adjacent, perhaps, would be the thing. Thanks for. I saw you mute your mic for the sign. Very nicely done.
There's a fire station not too far, so they always go by.
That's what I say. Safety third. That's perfect.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Last week we talked a little bit.
Can be third because the fire station is so close. I can make a mistake and they're right there.
That's right. So, good morning, everybody in the chat room. Don't forget to hit that like, share the show, all that stuff. Somebody's going, Hal Sparks, you should write a book. I will eventually. I've been working on the Sparksist Megafesto for a while now. That's basically my little red book of Sparksisms. That'll be the first thing to come out. And then, like, I think at some point I'm going to have to write a media literacy textbook called How to Find the Yeah But in every article, right? Which is chapter 3 or chapter 5 or 7, depending on if there are color photos in the paper you're talking about. So last week, speaking of yeah buts, last week we talked about something, the big launch of the Tesla toaster and the robots that were gathering at, and everybody just on the internet, on X especially, everywhere else, there was a little bit like, I smell a rat, right?
Yeah.
And rightly so. And you and I were both like,
yeah. So just to be clear, I didn't watch that at all, and so the first time I saw it was on your show.
Yeah, because it was just.
I remember mentioning like there was something weird about the how synced up the hand gestures were to the vocal.
Yeah.
I mentioned that there was like zero latency.
Yeah.
What really got me was the hand gestures and the subtlety of it and how coordinated they were with the speech. And
the fact that they weren't walking at the same time. So here's the thing. Here's how you know something's a puppet versus a robot. A robot can walk and talk at the same time, in theory. There's a robot dog that Boston Dynamics has that gives tours of the Boston Dynamics facility. And it can walk around and it has this little dog neck thing that it has. Its face is actually on its sort of where the dog's chest would be. And that it's got cameras in that and all that stuff. But it has a voice in it and it's hooked up to ChatGPT so it can talk as it's roaming around. And it will talk and turn around and all that stuff. The Tesla bots that they were showing off didn't do any of that shit. They were all planted when they were having conversations to the point where they only did about this much range of waist motion. Okay, why is that? Because it's a dude operating it. That's why. A couple of feet away, there's a guy with a VR headset and gloves on making the thing move.
Yeah. Now, I got to say, that's actually, the truth is actually quite impressive.
Right. Well, they're not the first, though.
The person controlling the item, like, that's really freaking cool.
I agree. But, Neo and Eve and the Figure 1 and stuff, they started out, right? They started out using that as a system. Because what you do is, if you want to teach it a task, you do the task and then you put it in a virtual environment where it repeats the same task over and over an infinite number of times in calculation, and it picks this up and moves it over here and picks this up and moves it over here, and it practices lifting it and almost dropping it, and then it makes it varying degrees of slippery, varying degrees of dry and wet, varying degree, like it takes away the texture in the program so it can try it again and again, right? And without destroying everything in the real world. That all these companies do that. They put a person in a thing and they walk it through, and then the computer kind of extrapolates what you're basically doing and then learns from it. The big deal is not that you're absolutely right. That's still friggin' cool. The fact that they could do it without being there physically attached to it by a tendril.
The subtleties and the latency was really good. That's actually quite an interesting functionality to be able to be you're the avatar, it's the avatar, however you say it, basically a first person, you're like the first person controller of a thing, like those drone racing and stuff, but instead with a robot. So yeah, if you could be in VR world controlling a robot going into a very dangerous situation, that's really freaking cool. And
I agree.
The articulation that they had is great. So it's like they had something really cool, but then they lied completely about
That's it. Right. So, okay. So that's exactly right. And that is Elon Musk in a fucking nutshell. Right. Is the whole thing could have just been, we're training these things on our system or whatever. And so you're going to meet what they will eventually be able to do. And we're training them in these live events. So we're going to send these things out into live events, have people train them in how you would interact physically. And we're going to do multiple events like this where you actually get to talk to them. It'll use ChatGPT to talk, or a person will be in there. And ChatGPT will listen, or Grok will listen, or whatever the fuck they're going to do. And it will learn. And then eventually when we turn these things loose, they will have all this, just like we teach LLMs based on your data online and your interactions on Twitter and Facebook and shit like that. We do the same thing with social interaction physically, so they know when not to swing their arms around and accidentally hit you in the face. Cool.
Well, even
you could do
as
that.
a user interface method to train it. So, for instance, there's a lot of robot arms in manufacturing where you literally just take the claw and you're like, I want it to go over here and grab this, and you physically do it. You pick it up and you manipulate the arm and go to the other thing, and it's basically listening to itself see you do that, right? So with a robot, that's actually a really cool feature that you could drop a humanoid robot in your house and then not have it like figure it out on its own. You could have like, it's almost like a drone operator, right? Like they map out the house, do it like half manually. It's not unlike a semi driving down, an autonomous semi with a driver in it who can take over at any time and fix the little issues, like when we get to a construction zone and stuff like that. That's a really cool feature, and you could sell that as being like your path forward.
Well, look at robot surgery. Robot surgery has been the promise of that for a very long time, and that is increasingly going to happen. You get the finest doctors who can do, like neurosurgeons and people who can do really intricate stuff based on what they're seeing in front of them. You get a couple of nurses in the actual room with the patient. You set this tech piece of gear up with these tiny little tendril fingers and built-in scalpels and other tools it can swap out, and a doctor thousands of miles away can treat this patient and do very intricate surgery on this person without ever setting foot in the country, right? And that's going to be a thing. I mean, it does exist now. It's going to be a much more,
But I think you have to be local to it. I'm not sure if they can do it fully remote yet, but that's exactly what it is.
But there's no reason why you wouldn't be able to. The only issue with being truly remote is some sort of delay in response. But if the person is under and you're doing most surgery, doctors sometimes in heart surgery and other stuff will literally take a lunch break during the surgery because the nature of it. So if it's one of those kind of surgeries, you could certainly do it remotely with a matter of fact, you could have 3 surgeons just step away and let somebody come up and operate the controls and continue the surgery without a break. Right? So there's a lot, there's a lot of potential in that. And hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us. It's Hal Sparks Mornings, Mega Worldwide. We're just Rob and I are just here to explain the future to you.
Well, at least what we think of it.
Oh, yeah. Well, here's the thing. There is so the response, that you and I had to this stuff was like, this is hinky. Why bother lying? And it could simply be, quite frankly, that Elon Musk is a liar's liar and can't stop lying. And his entire thing, I mean, the Robotaxi was supposed to have launched in 2017. They would be on the market in 2019, available to everybody. You could buy one as a car. You drive it around when you need it, and then when you're asleep, it roams the countryside, picking up strangers and giving them rides, and you make the money. Like this was the pitch in fucking 2017, and we're almost at 2025, and he just launched this fucking toaster bus and this other like cyber coupe, essentially like the cyber sedan coupe thing that he was showing, which also doesn't fucking work except in narrow road conditions. Doesn't have the sensors on it even that you would need for an autonomous car at all. Like, it's just weird. So the response, I'll see if I can show you this, and I think we're here. This is from Bloomberg. The Robotaxi verdict is in, and Wall Street is taking the train. Elon Inc. convenes to discuss much hyped Elon Musk reveal, the reaction, and how Tesla stock took a dive the morning after. So Tesla stock dropped 10% after this reveal. That's Kathy Wood, by the way. Kathy Wood does the ARK investments, and she's all in on a bunch of tech. Okay, she's super invested in all these things, and she's basically looking at every possible AI and tech thing that'll be the game changer, and she creates these. I bought a few like shares of these things so I could follow and listen to the calls, because if you own a share of something, you can be on the call about this stuff. So they're not that expensive. It's like $45 a share or something like that. And so you buy a couple of them and you get this little notice on your phone, like ARK K is having an investor call or whatever. You can listen in to what the inside information that allegedly she's getting from these people about how they're, what's working, what's not working or whatever. And the only problem that I've ever heard in any of these calls is the opaqueness and bullshittery of Tesla in general. Right. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the batteries are made in China, every piece of gear is copped in China, and the whole doing a demo with a robot, pretending it's a fully autonomous robot, and having a person actually controlling it is also, that's what happened in China. China released their Unitree bot that they were like, it's totally autonomous and look at all the stuff it can do and it can raise your kids and all the shit that he's saying about the Optimus. But there was a person, and the problem was in the Chinese video, you could see the dude's elbow moving like this right next to the computers. That's the robot's elbow is moving the same as that elbow, that human elbow that's doing this. You couldn't even get
find a longer cord, huh?
Right, exactly. They couldn't get a longer Ethernet cable. I don't know what the fuck was wrong, but it was a total it was hilarious to watch the obvious of it. And the only lesson that Elon Musk seems to have learned was get a little further away. Put it behind a screen. And where did they do this? Where did they do this? On a back lot of a movie studio in Los Angeles. I think it was the Warner Brothers lot. On a fake street with fake buildings and fake houses and a fake bar. Everything around it. What people don't realize, I think, about a lot of those sets is not only do they look real but aren't. Like you see facades Blazing Saddles, where it's not even a building, it's just the front of a building and the edges, so you have to be careful where you shoot or you have to fill in the blanks. But every building is not wired like your house is. It's wired for studio lighting. So there's tons of cabling everywhere, so you can set up enormous pieces of gear, tracking cameras, fucking LED walls for the interior if you want to show something's happening inside the house and you want it to happen at the exact same moment every time. You don't put actors or extras in the house. You put a fucking screen 13 feet back from the window, and then every time you go action, it plays the video in time with the action that you're tracking with the tracking camera. And so they're all wired for this shit. And that's why he did it there.
Right.
Because
the perfect place to make a movie.
To bullshit people. Right. It's it's the difference between art and bullshit. Art is what's made when you use those creative tools to tell a story. He's lying.
And I keep coming back to the idea, isn't it good enough that you're
yes,
that Tesla is effectively the fourth car company in the US?
Right.
Isn't that enough to be a good car company? But the reason why he's lost the stock loss after this event was because he pre-promised more than what was available before, and then he had to deliver something, and then he lied about the delivery. So it all goes back to just this idea that he's some brilliant guy who's got the touch of Midas, and everything he touches is gold, and it's great. And it's who cares? Just do something that's real, and we'll be impressed by that too.
Right. Well, yeah, you've got a great team. Yeah. Okay. So this is this is Bloomberg's story about BYD. So BYD, if you don't know, is a Chinese EV company. Okay, and they are the biggest EV company in the world. Let me show you how insane the opinion of people are about this. Is the artwork, the AI generated, I suppose, artwork that they have at Bloomberg about this. This is from their article. BYD is winning the global race to make cheaper EVs. Chinese company is flooding the market with its cars, while the U.S. is doing everything it can to keep the booming brand out. Okay. First of all, it's not flooding the market with them. It's flooding parking lots in China with them. Their production is nowhere near their sales. And BYD is colloquially known, even in China, as burn your driveway, because they have. Have you ever seen those like Tesla fires where the car just starts burning at 4,500 degrees Celsius, and just like there was 4 people in France who got trapped in their Tesla and burned alive. Now look, most Teslas are going to be perfectly fine and all that kind of stuff, but the gigafactory that he built in Shanghai to build the batteries there on the cheap. The problem is the seal on the lithium-ion batteries is very poor. And in the case of an accident, or if they get wet, they can start, they'll basically like corrode the seam, and that's enough for them to burst into flame, to start a fire. And if that happens, they all catch fire. And the shielding on some of the batteries might be better than others, right? It might actually be a stronger battery. So this one burns, this one doesn't, but it cracks this one, and a little while later, this one catches fire. So they have a bunch of these, like a bunch of Teslas that burn, that by the time they'll tow them to a lot after the fire's been put out, and they'll catch fire again because of this problem. Okay, the reason BYD is called burn your driveway is because they're full of these shit batteries, the cast off batteries, because most of the time when you see a copycat that's made in China of a brand that you know, it's made in the same factory by a different set of workers. Basically what happens, they ring a bell at 6 o'clock, everybody goes home, and another group comes in at 7 o'clock and starts working through the night on the same machines, building the same shit, but putting a different label on it. They do this with brand stuff or non-branded stuff all the time. And in this case, BYD has stolen all the Tesla tech. And in most cases, it works out fine. Guidance systems and the fucking dashboard and the computers and whatever. But in the case of the batteries and the electronics in it, the knockoff is worse than even the problems with the original, which are, a narrow group of the Teslas have had this problem, but almost all the BYDs have the potential for it. It's terrifying. And again, we've seen these ones that burn when water gets next to them. It's the only time water starts a fire, is in these situations where it shorts these batteries together. And so the volume of these things, Malta, tiny article. Yeah, go ahead.
There was also an article that Apple's initiative for a self-driving car was partnering with BYD to, and they canceled that partnership, but it was because they never got to production. But they were going to use BYD that was their plan, to use them as their supplier for those things.
The problem was, it was bullshit. Like they figured out after a while, they're like, oh, this is all snow. There's nothing here.
Right. The factories in China, or in this case, the EV market, it's not unlike the ghost cities. It's just, they're trying to like create this vision or this idea that they're so far ahead. And, in some ways they are, and in a lot of ways they aren't, because the culture there is such that they're like the quality control isn't there, and people cut corners for various reasons. It's corruption, it's bribes, it's just, like not caring about it. I don't know, like there's all kinds of reasons, but Musk going there and quote unquote building a factory, he didn't build a factory. The Chinese government built the factory.
That's right.
So he's just taking credit for the Chinese government adding all of this capital to,
and giving it a douchey name, the Gigafactory, right? Yeah, which it's not it's not gonna create millions upon millions of anything over the course of its life. And as far as vehicles, that's what he mean. That's where that name allegedly came from. It's going to be an auto factory that builds its own, like cars will build themselves, robots will build the cars, and it'll just start cranking them out. And that's what, there is no reason, by the way, for China to do that. If you have that many people sitting idle, automated factories are a stupid idea. And Trump's weird thing about factories, and we'll talk a little bit about the automation that goes on in factories, because this leans more to what you were talking about. How about like guiding a piece, like taking a robot arm that moves one piece over and welds it into place and does that, and you train it to a specific thing. It's just basically like a repetitive task that it just does over. It's not quite robotic,
right?
Because it can't make its own decisions about changing something.
It's called a
But
robot because it's doing like a pre-canned set of instructions, if you will, as
right.
opposed to deciding for itself what to do. But what happens typically is there's like an additional element to decide, like they usually call it vision control, or where, you know, let's say there's like a conveyor, think of it like a Amazon factory,
Yeah,
or maybe
like
like
the digit
the
robot
Vern
that's
and Shirley
working.
picking up the candy. Like
Right.
it's in different orientations, and so they can have pickers that see it, decide on the fly how to orient themselves. But for the most part, robots in factories are pre-canned programs that an engineer will literally program them, like manually, if you will, as opposed to it
Right.
deciding for itself how to get there.
Yeah. Let me. I want to show you something real quick, which is kind of the important distinction. Hold on. I'll show you this. So this week there was a huge piece of news in the world of AI and robotics, and it was specifically this: that for the first time ever, a fully autonomous robot has been deployed at a GXO facility that is, by the way, does Spanx. They've got a lot of robots. They've got these kind of like rolling carts that go where they're supposed to go, and that's Digit right there. Digit is now the very first fully deployed robot that is there just to do the heavy lifting. This is the first time in history Agility Robotics made this thing, and it can, like you're talking about, it has a visual input ability to look at something that's slightly different. So it's not just repetitive motion, basically a machine, part that's complicated, which is what those arms totally are. This thing responds to the weight and balance of the thing that it's picking up, where it's placed, where it puts, the thing, and when, and they have deployed them. This is in Atlanta, Georgia. I turned the audio off because there's music and I don't know if it's, proprietary or whatever. So, specifically, this is kind of crucial. This is Atlanta, Georgia, not far from Marjorie Taylor Greene's district. It is they already have robot carts there. This robot is the adaptable robot. This is a huge step forward. Amazon has deployed a couple as well, and the Neo, I believe, has been deployed in a BMW factory.
Right.
That's
but
the only.
If you go back, take note that all of the bins are exactly the same.
Yes.
It's a very controlled environment.
And its hands are very specific to the task. You can see that.
Right.
You can see that they're flat and they have
also probably keyed into whatever the handle detail is on that custom bin.
Mm-hmm.
So they still aren't. This isn't a human walking into a situation they've never seen before and like picking out one of like 150 different kinds of boxes and being able to pick it up. It's the same bin, it's the same location. It's more about positioning and which bin to grab.
Yeah.
And that's happening with just, QR codes, barcodes, Bluetooth, some form of like identification. And yeah, so that's amazing. But note in the background, the entire warehouse is full of those bins that are the same, what is it, aqua or whatever that color is.
They have, and for the record, they have been like that with the QR codes and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
They have been like that for quite a while now because of how the factory worked. They had a person like this guy who would pick it up and put it on one of those track robots, send it down. It would use the QR code to send it where it was supposed to go, to basically source and route these things in and out of the warehouse to where they were going to be shipped. And another human being would have to be there to pick them up and put them on the thing until another human, and this is where the jobs that most people do in the warehouses are, which is take the piece out and use their brain to sort where it needs to go. Right. And so they're going to move these, things around a bunch. they'll be in charge of moving the boxes of things, but the specific items themselves require so much parsing and judgment that humans can only do it. And so right now, that's why you have these folks driving around close to these things. Why, if you notice right there, see all these people in the back right there? There's a little short clip as this guy goes by. Those folks right there, see how they're pulling stuff out of the particular bins? Okay, that's the human part. Now, the best part about that is that's the part where you don't lose a finger and you don't break your back and your knees don't go bad and all that kind of shit. This is the part where people have bad backs and repetitive stress injuries over the years. This part. And so replacing that part with a robot saves a lot of wear and tear on human beings. And that's the upside of this. But it's also, again, it's a first step. It literally is a first step. But it's a huge step that this is a possibility now. The variety, of available stuff this thing can do, and insofar as I know, it is to a limited professional sense hooked up to its own GPT. It's got almost like a customer service style singular GPT where it can only talk about certain things. It's in the family friendly zone of what it could.
In that case, it has a limited number of functions in this warehouse. So your GPT would be an interface to a coworker who is basically managing them, if that's the right way, or operating them is a better way to say it. Because you could argue that robot is effectively, the robots in that factory are like operating a forklift. You're operating the thing that's
just doing it verbally
that you can't lift, right?
Yep.
So 5 of those to one operator is no different than one operator driving a forklift around.
That's right. It's just more precise and smaller. It's not clunky like a forklift. It's the next stage of a forklift. It's a personal forklift is essentially what's going on there. But the difference is you don't have to get. I think it was in the British office. Have you passed your forklift driver's test? Not a problem, because the man who runs the warehouse is a friend of mine, personally. I know you're the man for the job, right? So you don't have to do that. You can now just talk to the forklift, essentially, in that regard. And again, there is no situation where there's a robot uprising in this situation ever.
I see a lot of comments about that, and these are no different than pre-programmed, isolated things. Once they stepped out of that controlled environment, they would be useless. Mm-hmm. They wouldn't know, and
they would be aware of their, to some degree, on a minor level, aware of their uselessness. Of their lack of use.
You change that bin from aqua to blue or to red, and it probably wouldn't work. Mm-hmm. I'm serious about that.
Yes.
Now, that doesn't mean it won't in the future. I'm just saying,
now,
we need to be real about what's happening right now.
That's right. I just want people to know that do not project, because I feel like most of our stuff about robot uprisings and that kind of stuff, I've often said they'll show you a robot, they'll go, this robot can dance. Robots can't dance. Robots can recreate dance-like movements. They can't dance. Dancing is not just the sheer repetition of movement. It is a meaningful expectation of and a feeling that attaches you to the music that makes your body move in a way that is subtly variant to your own soul and person. It's not the same thing. You can coordinate a bunch of robots moving exactly in a line, but that's not dancing. So, it might be bad choreography, but it's not dancing. But we project, I think, and it's a good sign on us, our own empathy and our rejection of slavery, a modern idea of a rejection of slavery, onto robots all the time. Any discussion of it comes up with people like, the robots are going to get tired of this and they're going to kill us all. They can't. They can't get tired of it. They have no concept of their mortality, nor could they, but they also don't have it. They don't have it like us. They literally are, as long as they can either charge their battery or get a new one, in their in their concept of their, whatever their programming is, they honestly can't get people like yet. No, they can pretend to feel those things as an interaction thing, but they can't actually feel it. And that's the difference. They're not sentient, nor can they be in that regard. And if they're, look, South Korea is way ahead of us in some of this stuff. They have a robot bill of rights. They're like, don't, kick a robot, set it on fire, beat it up, yell at it, do all kinds of stuff, because they're afraid to some degree that one day it might hit back, or you might train it that humans aren't worth helping, whatever. It's a great idea. That's lovely. But heretofore, the problem is it still anthropomorphizes the robots in that their reaction to it will be the same as ours, instead of like, that's just noise and I recognize real instruction from noise and I can't take something personally. And, it's like if somebody calls Trump stupid, he gets very upset because he kind of knows or thinks he's stupid. Somebody calls me stupid, I don't get upset because I know I'm not stupid, so I'm okay. You know what I mean? Like I laugh it off. He can't laugh it off because he's stupid and he knows he's stupid. The same thing is true in the purest sense of a robot. It can't grasp being offended, right? What are you going to do? Call it a robot?
Well, I mean, we start adding those features, the empathy to it, the closer it starts to look to us. But you could argue in the same sense that like inkjet printer is a robot, right? So instead of you writing or instead of you typing on a typewriter, this thing that automatically goes like this and feeds a piece of paper this way is effectively a robot that's writing, right? Mm-hmm. And so nobody's worried about the inkjet printer taking away jobs from typists. Right?
Well, Stephen King was in Maximum Overdrive, which I would recommend everybody watch at some point, because it's so terrible and so ridiculous. And it's based on the idea that like all the machines turn on us, including toasters and electric knives that have to be plugged in. So obviously they're very dangerous unless you're 6 to 8 feet away, like that kind of thing.
So take your inkjet printer and like now think about it in 3 dimensions, and that's a 3D printer. A 3D printer is the same as an inkjet printer. You just take the ink out and you put plastic in and you put a Z-axis on it, and it's the same thing, right?
It stacks the ink.
The next level.
If you could stack the ink without changing the paper, that's what a 3D printer is.
Thickness. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's what it does. Like an inkjet printer is a good point. Like I think that clarifies for people in a really good way, Rob, because like if you think of when you're watching something get printed, if you ever saw it in a printer, sometimes it will run the same piece of paper back in and then recoat the black on top of it over top an initial layer to make the ink extra thick so it stands out. That's exactly how a 3D printer works. It just keeps going.
Right. So then there's like, take the same thing, you're moving X, Y, and up and down, and then instead of it squirting out plastic or ink, it's now a gripper, like the things in the, at Dave & Buster's where you grab so those are called pick and place machines, right? So so now a whole warehouse is huge, and you have this huge like crane that goes over the thing, and it's the same thing, it grabs the box and it moves it from one place of the warehouse to the other. As you get scaled up, like the pick and place doesn't work anymore, but you switch it to a like we said, like vertical stack boxes with a forklift, and just replace that forklift that's now moving it around with this humanoid robot. Again, they're all doing the exact same thing. We only got worried about it when they started looking like us. Maybe we didn't only get worried about it. Like you could make a robotic forklift, which also exists. That's how Amazon moves stuff around their warehouse.
Well, that's what those carts are. They're just smaller, right?
Yeah, exactly. So the form of it is irrelevant. It's the fact that it's doing a task, and what we should work on is why is it doing the task, and should a human be doing the task or not? How does that work into the cost of the product? How does that work into our lives? Because we need jobs, we need to buy food.
Yeah.
And so that's where these things exist.
Yeah. And I want people to know, like, and by the way, you and I are working on a thing where we can actually display, some of this stuff working. But I want to show, if I could, let's see if I can bring this up. By the way, this is God.
I'm just reading the chat. That's why I laugh every once in a while.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Maximum Overdrive, the sequel to Repo Man. No, the same actor does not automatically make something canon in another universe. That's not right at all. Ripley's exoskeleton in Aliens. Yes, that's a great. Another line that really stood out to me was in, I think it's Iron Man 2, where they're trying to take the suit from him. And he goes, it's a weapon. And he goes, it's not actually a weapon. And they go, what is it? And he goes, technically, it's a high-tech prosthetic.
Right, yeah.
And it's true. Now, he has these sentries that later on we get to the whole Age of Ultron kind of idea. That's the AI gone wrong, blah, 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 blah. That it is decided it wants, it's evil Pinocchio. Right. And which is, a weird take, but sure. Okay. And also very 80s. Like Ultron as a storyline is incredibly 82, right? As it's not in line with our current kind of experience. It's not even like post cell phone understanding of technology in that regard. It makes a good monster, but you kind of can't go wrong with kind of a Frankenstein's monster storyline. You can always kind of run that or whatever.
Yeah, that works. But works across the board.
Also, and by the way, while Elon Musk is doing his stupid fake robot shit, he's also paying people $100 to sign a petition, which is, that would be this. Elon Musk offers Pennsylvania voters $100 each as he drums up Trump support. If you're a registered Pennsylvania voter, you and whoever referred you will now get $100 for signing our petition in support of free speech and right to bear arms. Earn money for supporting something you already believe in. He wrote to more than his 200 million followers on X or whatever. How you determine that somebody's a registered Pennsylvania voter and someone referred them. So if I'm not a Pennsylvania voter, can I refer people to this just to break this motherfucker? Get $100 to sign the petition and then go vote for Kamala Harris because this is so weird. It offers a further $47 for each subsequent registered voter someone refers to the petition. So that's what the $47 that initially came out is that it's like a pyramid scheme. And it requires a signed IRS form for payments of $600 or more so that people don't turn it into a small business. It's just like what the hell? And then yesterday, and I'll show this on my show tonight, but he was at doing a little mini rally in a school gymnasium, and it was Trump, never mind the fact. Elon Musk by himself. Okay. Yeah, and it was pitiful. It's like a 2/3 full school gymnasium, and he's coming out there doing his he's got a bottle of water, and he's basically talking about George Soros is basically a misanthropic monster, that kind of thing. He's fucking ketted out of his ass.
I don't understand any of it. It's comical. Just everything on the Republican side right now is comical. And
I think it's largely because Trump has fucking checked out.
Totally.
Let me show you, like, before we move on to like our next thing, and I want to remind everybody, this is Rob Glenn, Root Design Chicago. He's awesome. We nerd out together on the regular. Trump's that we've just had a dump, or it's coming out in the next, I don't know, couple of minutes. We'll see if anybody knows in the chat, because it's I'm just keeping an eye open for it. But Chutkan has ordered the release of evidence. Yeah, here it is. More. Yep, it just came out. More Jan 6 evidence that Trump tried to keep hidden is finally out. A 4-part appendix detailing more of these things. Tanya Chutkan put it out. Let's see. Volume. Yeah. All 4 volumes total more than 1,800 pages. It's split into 4 parts. Volume 4 contains information that is mostly already in the public record. But the rest of it, let's see, defending his right. Okay. Trump's lawyers are also expected to push back on key distinctions Smith made around Trump as a candidate versus, the president of the United States at the time. That's what the argument was about. But it is, it's effectively out. It's 1,800 pages like that. Welcome to my friggin' weekend. But I'll see if I can.
You'll be ready for the show tonight, I'm sure.
Jesus. Well, here, this is what I get to do. Hold on. This might, look at that. Not anymore. Hold on. Let's see if I can.
Redaction is in it.
Whoops. I scrolled the wrong one. Hold on. Here we go. How much redaction? A decent amount. Hold on one second. It's got to load. There we go. And there's the sealed part. That when you see the word, that means that part of it is redacted effectively.
So that's the redacted page. I get it.
Yeah. And then some of it is like it takes a minute to load because it's so much shit. Yeah, there you go. You'll see like this kind of stuff. These are like stuff they're using as evidence that we've seen, like campaign fundraisers that they put out from Don Jr. while he was on stage at the Ellipse. The fact that it was coordinated, that they work with everybody. Together we will fight for the American dream, like the number of times they use fight and da-da-da-da. There's tons of shit like that that's just in this stuff. But then there will also be who arranged for it, how they paid for everybody to get there. This is budget and trip plan, January 4th through Wednesday the 6th. How much money is being spent? $1 million to Turning Point Action, $900,000 to save the U.S. Senate. Like these are, and these people would bust the people in effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is some gnarly shit. This is not good for them.
It's like a freaking business. They turned corruption into a business.
Oh yeah.
And it's all just like out in the open.
Yep.
Citizens United just kind of let it happen, and now, they're not even hiding it anymore. And somebody's got to start going to jail for this stuff, or else it's just going to keep happening.
Well, they are, because while they thought that the reason it was out in the open is because they thought they were going to get away with it. Right. That's really what's up.
My point.
Yeah, that they literally thought they were going to win. This is why Trump says we had a peaceful transfer of power. Yeah, after you lost. Right? Yeah. Yeah.
I was just going to mention the just sort of like overcompensation, like the viral moment from Harris's interview with Brett Baer, where he showed her Trump saying he didn't say what he said. That first question was kind of interesting because he asked her, what do you like? Why? Like, what's the deal with 50% of the people thinking that Trump is this when you say he's so bad? And she started to kind of go into running for presidency is hard. I felt like she was kind of like working out, like, how am I going to answer this? And he ran over her with, what? Are you saying they're stupid? And he gave her the opening to go where she went. It wasn't her that did that. He did it to himself.
Right.
And that's the part that I'm just so fascinated about with these guys like Musk and Trump. You can't just make a living. You gotta take it. You gotta take it to the next level. You gotta either get rich off of it. You gotta lie about it. You gotta overcompensate for it. And man,
Yeah.
Insane.
No doubt. And I'm looking, I'm all right. Let's just be honest. Brett Baer and everybody at Fox News knows they are on turd polishing duty.
Totally.
And they also know, and you can see it from, I'll show some of the Fox News, the Fox and Friends interview with Trump, also on my show today. That
was that the next morning?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. After the Al Smith thing this morning. Okay. That he's over it. And they are sitting next to someone who they know is a wreck. Harris Faulkner in her town hall came away from that knowing full well that he is diminished. Yeah. Nobody, and by the way,
had a couple moments that were like, oh my gosh, like she couldn't even hide it.
Yes.
And then she would none of them back into turd polishing again.
That's right. And because that's the job. You do the job. And the same things happen with, that's why they don't let Brett Baer in the same room with him, because they're afraid he'll admit it. There's some people that can go back to turd polishing, but some folks just aren't any good at it, or it's really obvious. Like Ducey is terrible at it. Kilmeade, it's like his dream gig.
Yeah.
Right.
So people are saying Baer issued a live apology on Fox. He did not apologize.
No, he said he made a mistake. Right, but he did not.
He said he thought a different clip was coming, that's bullshit.
And
I thought they were going to show him actually saying it and this clip. No, he didn't apologize.
No, he did not.
He blamed it on someone else or just made up a story.
He said the quote was he made a mistake. That he goes, I made a mistake or whatever. Okay, that's not an apology.
Yeah, I took it a little different. I thought he said, I expected a different clip to come up.
He did.
He said, and so he was like, the mistake was the clip was wrong, and I mischaracterized the clip that was wrong. Yeah, that was a different clip.
I'll show you, and it's such a weasel. That's the thing. So I'll show.
It's worse than the I'm sorry that you were offended by what I said.
Yes, it is another version of I'm sorry if anyone was offended by the shitty thing I said, instead of I'm sorry that I hurt your feelings by being an asshole, which is what it is. Okay, so I'll show you this real quick. This is the quote.
I did make a mistake, and I want to say that I did make a mistake when I called.
See? That's not an apology.
Called for a soundbite. I was expecting a piece of the enemy from within, from Maria Bartiromo's interview, to be tied to the piece from your town hall, Harris, where you asked the former president about the enemy from within. It just had the piece about the town hall. And just take a listen to what I meant to roll.
So, all right. So they roll.
He said the mistake was that they rolled the wrong clip, and he's saying, I meant to roll the other one, but the wrong one came up.
But he also doesn't say he's sorry for mischaracterizing what he showed. He doesn't apologize to her, right? That's the key thing. Listen to this, because he almost says, I'm sorry. Watch, you'll see.
I did make a mistake, and I want to say that I did make a mistake when I...
See? First of all, you just said it. You made a mistake. What was the mistake? Because, all right, so my son, who is a lovely human being, as all of his teachers told me at his parent-teacher conferences this week, I'm very proud of my son. He's amazing. One of the things that I came up with, and I was very proud of this system when I was a kid, because I saw an issue with other kids his age at his preschool and stuff, is that when you do something wrong and you apologize for doing it, you go, you kicked your grandmother in the shin because you're a ratty little toddler at the moment. When you go over to apologize, you apologize and you say why you are apologizing. I'm sorry I kicked you. It was bad of me to do that, and I won't do it again. And then I would say, go apologize right now. You tell them why you're apologizing, and then you come back and you tell me what they said. Because that's one of the other key points. Come back to me and tell me what they said. And he would tell me. They said, "Oh, well, thank you for apologizing. That really hurt, and I'm very proud of you for apologizing for what you did." And my mom kind of knew the system as well. So if it was anything around those things, and he's great at doing that. That you apologize for what you did, and it's one. Obviously, I have that issue with when people go, "I'd like to thank." John Fuggs, blah, blah, and Sarah, blah, blah, blah. Well, then fucking do it. Ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for so-and-so, so-and-so. Thank you. Thank you. Do that. It's way, and by the way, that's what Biden does, and it's one of my favorite fucking things he does, is he says, thank you, thank you, thank you. He makes this point of saying thank you. He builds the person up, and then he thanks them specifically, instead of this, I want to thank, which is just like, I'm the kind of guy that thanks people, right? Aren't I nice? Like, it's an ego-based way of doing it. Okay, so this is same shit here. I made a mistake. I want to say I made a mistake. No. Say you're sorry because you called for a clip, the wrong clip played, and you didn't go, that was the wrong clip. The right. Part I wanted to reference was when the Maria Bartiromo, he didn't. He pretended it was there and moved on. That was
as she was calling him out on it.
Yes.
He kind of like stammered, and then he said something about like, yeah, Bob Woodward wrote about that. I think it wasn't that. That's kind of like
that was about another piece of language she brought up, where things he'd said about other people, like Bob Woodward had written that. By the way, which also does not it denigrates the fact that Woodward wrote about it in absentia. Basically, like, yeah, somebody wrote that. That doesn't cop to the fact that it actually fucking happened. Nobody disagrees with the fact that he actually said it. Woodward did write it, but he wrote it because it's true, right? It doesn't address the truth of it to just say somebody else wrote it.
So, a mistake would have been, as she was calling him out, you didn't show him saying A, B, and C. Oh, you're right. The clip was meant to have him saying it first, and this was his response. That's how you do that. And
it's not hard.
Weasel.
Oh my God. And the fact that it took him a fucking day, and he, in that moment, he knew it didn't show what he said. And she knew it. And I'll tell you why. Because I think it wasn't a mistake. I think she saw, like, we're going to play a couple of clips we'd like to address during this, if that's cool. And like, yeah, let me see him first. I'm not going to be bum rushed by some video that you're playing out of nowhere.
Basically playing Trump commercials, like Trump campaign ads. Like, Trump said this and Trump said that. Well, yeah, fucking Trump lies about everything. Like, who the fuck cares what he says? Right.
And he plays the anti-trans ad, which, and she makes the point, like, yeah, that was the law under Trump and he obeyed the law. The other thing too is, like, first of all, let's address the fact that when you talk about, like, trans people receiving surgery or hormones or any of that stuff in prison, it's usually that they were in process or they have transitioned and they require hormones because of, because they're trans. And you continue that while they're in prison so that they're not, their system doesn't revert back, or they don't have some of the health issues that they might have if they're taken off those hormones quickly and that kind of stuff. There's all kinds of shit that can happen, both to your emotional and your physical state, when when somebody's on hormones and you take them away. It'd be like if a woman was on, like, hormone treatments for menopause and she goes to prison and they just stop doing that because fuck her, she's a criminal, so she doesn't deserve it, right? And then she reverts back and has issues with osteoporosis and that kind of stuff because she was denied that stuff. It's a long period of stuff. The other part that I find very strange is that they often will complain that trans women, or let's be honest, that autogynephiliacs or rapists who are not trans, and autogynephiliacs are not trans. Fucking BTK was an autogynephiliac. He would put on women's clothing and wear that fucked up mask, but it's because he got sexual pleasure from pretending to be a woman in that situation. That's not trans. Trans people are not on the hook for autogynephiliacs. Has nothing to fucking do with them. And there's a lot of crossover because if you're not careful, autogynephiliacs can pose as trans people in a bunch of situations and take advantage. That when you talk about men going into women's spaces, the concern is autogynephiliacs posing as trans people or saying they're trans will take advantage of these things. And there needs to be protections against that. That's why you have to have adults having a sensible conversation about what the rules and laws are and how they apply. But let's be abundantly clear. A person who has bottom surgery, who is then moved to a women's prison, is very different from an autogynephiliac who still has his penis, who's attracted to women, and is a straight male, basically with a fetish or with, posing as one, being sent to a women's prison. There's a very big distinction. And the odd part is that if they're going through transition and they're ultimately getting bottom surgery and the like, they do not pose a threat to women like an autogynephiliac who does. And you would think Republicans would go, if there's going to be a situation where a trans person or a trans-identifying person is moved from a male prison to a female prison, specifically, the rule should be that they have transitioned physically, that their genitalia match the place because there's an extra threat. And a lot of women who are in prison have been through sexual trauma and all kinds of stuff like that. You have to take care about that. Or there needs to be a special prison. Yeah, like we have family bathrooms or not gender-free bathrooms. There should be a prison for trans women and trans men, or they go to a specific jail or an area of the jail or a wing or something like that makes special accommodation. That's it's super important, right? But the problem is Trump wants to talk about it in this ugly slapdash way where he just blows off any real caring discussion about what trans people go through, what they have to deal with, and just makes it. He just dives for the ick factor for Republicans because they have a higher ick factor. Conservatives have a higher ick factor than liberals do by far, and he just works that nerve. It's the same thing that black people are the most black, the Congo black people are blacker than the black you've ever seen in black, and they're coming from the blackest place in Africa. Okay, thanks, weirdo.
It also it disrespects people in the process, like police officers and lawyers and judges who see themselves or find themselves in situations where they have to deal with these things that are edge cases
in the real world.
And and they have to deal with them just like you would anything else, right? So all court cases are like that. There's a real person with a real problem that's slightly different than everybody else's, and you got to figure it out. And so to try to put a blanket concept over all this stuff is ridiculous. And to take something that's a minuscule percentage of the population and turn it into now your kids can't even go to school. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And the good news is, I think everybody says it's tied, but that's bullshit, it seems. But
totally.
Normal people can see Harris on Fox News, even the people who we all think are totally in, they see that and they're like, yeah, you know what? Maybe this guy is kind of losing it. Even, up north when we're out in Trump red country, you still see people, the Trumpers that are, they're kind of hedging, they're not out in your face. Well, some of them are, but a lot less of them are out in your face. And the ones that are kind of normal, they're yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, he does that, but this other thing. And then the rest of them are yeah, well, we just won't vote, or we just. Yeah,
there's a lot of Republicans. There's a lot of Republicans checking out. In a big way. And they're just not going to vote. There's a ton of those folks who are screw it. I'm not. I can't bring myself to vote for Harris, whatever the fuck, which means they are not going to vote for Trump. The Jill Stein effect on the Republican side is a real thing. And there and any of the the RFK Jr. voters that were he's a better alternative to Trump for very specific reasons. The minute RFK Jr. joined him, they were like, oh, well, then fuck him and fuck Trump. Like they left that side of it. And they were edge voters anyways. Again, this is reliable voters versus registered voters is always a much better number to look at. And Harris is running away with that. And that, you know, it's super important that people recognize that. But focus on, you know, I don't mind actually that the polling that Trump is engaged in so much poll jacking and has to insist that he's winning everywhere because that diminishes your vote. If you think we're way ahead in a bunch of areas, that's going to get to some of your low impact voters who figure he's going to win anyways. Fuck it. We're good. And they just aren't going to show up, especially in the swing states is where he's selling it the most. Whereas Democrats, whether she's ahead or not, are like, fuck this. I'm voting. Like, this is like, I'm stacking this shit, which is going to help congressional and Senate Democrats, especially Colin Allred, who looks like he's pretty close to toppling Ted Cruz. He moved ahead for the first time this week after the debate they had, which was fucking cringe. Jesus.
Yeah, like there's like this certain level of disgust across everything that I just don't like. There aren't words for it. Like there's not like polls for it. Like. It's just sort of rejection. We talk about the uncanny valley with robots a lot. Like the Republicans just seem to have like just tipped over that uncanny valley to disgust and in many ways. And so, you know, like they say, you know, the affiliation of a voter who's voted already, and they show the percentages. And, you know, I look at those things kind of like when we talk about approval ratings, you know, like so you mentioned it in the Harris thing that you covered the other day, where he was like, 70% of people disapprove. It's like, well, yeah, half of those people are Democrats that want us to do more, and they're pissed at Republicans for stopping healthcare, and the other half are Republicans who are just batshit crazy, right?
Right.
But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, if let's say it's like 55-45 Democrats to Republicans, like just anecdotally across all the stuff that we talk about, I don't know if any Democrats are like, I don't know, maybe I'll vote for Trump. There's none of those. But there's a whole lot of Republicans who are like, I'm never voting for that fucker again. You know, with Nikki Haley, 20%, that maybe that's half, maybe that's a quarter, doesn't matter. But take that 45, 55, or, you know, whatever the numbers are, 48, 52, and add 5 to 10% of the Republican side that are just never going to vote for him. Yes. And I just don't see how he's not completely toast.
Yeah, and he knows it. That's why I think he's checking out. I think this is why he's canceled a bunch of shit. Anything that he thinks isn't going to be, promote his brand, that's what he's ditching out on. So he ditched out on this like all black podcast that he was going to do after he went and did that weird thing at the barber shop where he was jerking everybody's hand. That shit, which, they set up that tent outside. Now they've set up a tent outside of his building so he can walk out to the car, so he can't even wave to nobody and pretend there's people there to greet him. So he doesn't even see that. So he's looking down the barrel of just like the isolation of the White House. Dude's in prison already. He's got guards everywhere he goes. They walk him where he can only go where he's allowed to go. He can't go for a fucking drive. He can't drive a car, but even if he could, he can't go anywhere. The man is in prison already, and he's fucking miserable. And I think he looks, and he knows it. And he's only going to places like Fox and Friends and other places where there's a level of like kind of is like muscle memory prestige to it, right? That, you go to these places because they're big shows. But if he has to be talked into another fucking podcast by his son, he's not going. He's over it. He wants rallies. That's why he's going to blue states, because they're hungry for, the Republicans that are there always get outvoted, and they'll drive halfway across the fucking state to go to his stupid rally at Coachella, but they're not going to make a dent in the electorate. So he can go there, and if he goes to the red states, they've seen him so many fucking times, especially Florida and Texas. Like, he wastes, same shit, right? And I'm going to stand in the fucking sun for 9 hours, or now in the cold for 9 hours to wait to see this guy say the same shit, gripe about the same shit, buy the same stupid merch, right? Sell me, whatever fucking they sell in line. you know, as far as merch there, or try to get you to sign up or use your email to get tickets into that thing to send you more fundraising stuff, or that fucking video of him standing there going, whatever you can spare. We need every nickel because we're being outspent. He's standing in front of like a $12,000 gold-leafed chair from the French Revolution or some shit, or a knockoff. But
the YouTube videos that pop up where he's like, I just need $5 they just make me laugh.
They're so choice. They're so
when
choice.
When I become a billionaire, I'm going to ask all my friends for $5.
Right. I thought the whole point was he could pay for his own fucking campaign out of pocket change. I thought that was
so far past that.
He wouldn't have to go to donor dinners. He wouldn't have to listen to anybody. He doesn't need to raise money. He doesn't even need your money, voter. He's got his own money. So therefore, like, none of that is true. It's like Elon Musk buying Twitter. You know,
bullshit.
It's all bullshit. It's all Saudi money. The Saudis bought fucking Twitter for him. Under some bullshit premise, I guess, that Trump would be better for them than Harris, in theory, I guess. Or just they're like him doing business for them, that they'll get, kind of a reach around the world, and it's an investment in this like Doge currency bullshit crypto thing that he's pitching everybody. That it's going to be the new WeChat. I think that's largely what it was. I'm going to take Twitter and turn it into WeChat for white people.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure WeChat can work in the U.S. Like, no matter, even in 10 years when people are like more, I guess, accepting of that. But man, like, I mean, WeChat is like, it's like that Black Mirror episode where everybody's rating your experience, and whatever your social rating is controls like what your interest rate is on an apartment.
Right.
That's effectively WeChat right now.
Yeah. And the idea that you would use a social media site that is half owned by the government to pay your bills is just like in the West is nonsense. Like it would never take off, especially if you told people that's what you were doing. You know what I mean?
Right.
The best you could hope for is boiling frog syndrome. Right.
And we're in an era where people won't take free money from FEMA. Like, you think they're going to use GovChat?
Okay. So when I was, I have to get a new driver's license because my birthday just happened, right? And so I have my little extension, and then I've got a DMV appointment where I have to go in, and because it's, it's time for real ID, I have to bring my birth certificate and that shit and go in there. Now I have TSA pre, and I think that should count because they got my fucking thumb scan and my eyes.
You've already done it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What more could you do?
Yeah, right. Just give me the card version of TSA pre, because that's really what we're talking about. But anyways, now when you go in, especially if you're in TSA pre, you go up and you have your driver's license. You put it in a little machine that has a slot in it, and it's got a camera, and it scans your eyes and your face, and it knows from your bone structure your face. Not your, you could put on the prosthetics all you want, but it can tell with this minor LiDAR in it, it can, with a little bit of brrr, like that, it can tell the difference between flesh and bone, and it knows your skull and your teeth, essentially. That's how it judges you, and your irises, right? So, and I have Clear as well. So because I travel a lot, and so I have Clear and TSA pre, and I've always got my gear for the show, so it helps me get through it. Like, the minute that was available, I was like, sign me the fuck up. I can't go anywhere without people recognizing me anyways. What am I worried about? Fucking privacy. Like, I don't have any. It's gone anyways, right? So, well,
way,
everybody's
need to
like...
get into your rig, like some form of like custom designed under fan cooler for your Mac.
Yes. Well, I used to have one of those...
The number one road problem is heat.
Yes, I agree. I was like, I need a bag of ice from like room service and just put it under the thing. That said,
sorry.
So I have to go in and get the Real ID. So the Real ID has a lot of high-tech stuff in it. It's harder to fake. It's got, a chip in it that's kind of like an RFID thing, but it's shielded, so you have to actually swipe the thing, so people can't just grab your shit because it's in your wallet. Because they had to work on all this, tech around this so that people aren't getting their identity stolen from this brand new high-tech ID, right? And that, like, I'm looking forward to it, right? Because that will, when I do that shit and I I am who I say I am. I have no reason to hide who I am, and I'm good. And if I don't want, I have legal protections against unreasonable search and seizure like everybody else does. So I can just, in a moment where there's a legal situation, I can go, I don't need to show you my ID. I'm here on the street. I'm not doing anything. If you need to see my ID because I was a witness to something or whatever, that's different. But you can't just walk up and ask people for their papers. So I will do that, right? If that came up, if a cop went, "Hey, break out some ID," you're like, "What the fuck for?" You're not making everybody in the restaurant show their ID. You're not carding people, sitting on a patio. It's not happening, and it won't happen, and it's silly. But the card has so much shit in it, so much AI stuff in it, so much monitoring stuff in it that identifies you as who you are, including effectively a scan of your bones from your driver's license picture. So we know it's you and not somebody wearing a you mask, right? Everybody who's going for Mike Myers, going as Michael Myers for Halloween, everybody thinks that's William Shatner. You can go through security as William Shatner, wearing a Halloween mask. So anyways, I'm fine with it. I think most Democrats are fine with it. As a matter of fact, most Democrats are like, we need to make sure that my grandmother has one, and as soon as my kid's old enough to have one, and your driver's license is up to date and all that. We have no problem with that. Republicans have a real fucking problem with this. They are freaking out about digital ID and real ID. They think it's that social credit score shit, and they are fucking panicking about it, and they're not going to get it. What do you think the midterms are going to be like next time?
Right, and they just won't vote because they're not going to go.
Right.
They're not going to be able to because Republicans made IDs integral to voting.
Right. Yeah.
How many times can Republicans?
Their own ID laws are going to fuck them. It's hilarious. That's what I'm dead serious. That's what's going to happen. And right now they have a big problem, and why Trump is doing this, trying his best to do a get out the vote thing, is you can shave off 5 to 7% of Trump's base in people that don't want to set foot in a government building of any sort, or any kind of building where there's government employees or any of that shit, because they think it's a place it's like a trick. Like they're giving you free TVs and you show up and it's because you got a warrant, those kind of things. Right. They think it's like that. They think polling booths are like that. Yes, right. You won the lottery. You can come down and pick up your cash. Like, hey man, I'm here to get my what the fuck, So they think it's going to be like that. The other thing is they think the UN is in control of all this shit. And so they're afraid to show up and have the UN jackbooted thugs or whatever be able to track them and stuff. And right. It's not helping that it'd be one thing if it was like, Roseanne and shitheads like that who are selling it. And she is, believe me. But it's like it's Glenn Beck. It's fucking Dan Bongholio. It's not the fringe that are selling this, and certainly the mid-level ones who should be knocking that shit down to help them grow their electorate are not. They're too scared. I think Glenn Beck is just stupid in selling the end of the world. He's making money off the potential end of the world. He's turned into basically like a mid-tier televangelist from a business standpoint. But Bongholio is just a fucking coward. He won't push back against this stuff, even if it means costing them the election over the next couple of decades. It will, more than any other thing, this will eliminate the Republican Party as a real political force in the United States. Is this fucking weird, panicked, right wing, Jesus take my ID bullshit?
Yeah, it's hard to fathom how they reinvent themselves next, because they've
in the world of high tech, right?
Yeah, Roe is the perfect example of getting the thing and then having it completely backfire.
Totally.
And yeah, I just I think about like there is no other person that can be Trump. Like Trump has this sort of baked in, I'll just trust Trump that nobody else has. And so once that goes away, I don't even know how Fox News continues being Fox News. I mean, news organizations are already kind of, losing a lot of viewers, and there's a lot of independent media, and it's changed. That landscape's changing so much. I
Right.
don't know how. We'll see what happens. We're only 3 weeks away, thank God, or 2 weeks.
Yeah.
It is.
Real quick, look, Trump was on Bongholio's show, and this is sort of a sideline to what we're talking about.
Oh boy.
I don't know why. I don't know how this started. God help us all. But he got asked about Harvey Weinstein.
Oh no.
Listen to his description. Fuck me. This is.
But Democrats don't have to be honest. They really don't have to be honest because they're not going to. They will never be accused of anything. It's interesting. I was so amazed that Harvey Weinstein got schlonged. He got hit as hard as you can get hit.
What the fuck is? He got schlonged. Is his descriptive. A grown man running for president just said Harvey Weinstein got schlonged. First of all, forgive me if I'm misremembering, but schlonged seems to be a good descriptor of what Harvey Weinstein was trying to do to his fucking victims.
Right. And projection Trump here, like, does that
Jesus
mean that he oftentimes got hit in the face with a schlong?
God. Also, what the fuck? What the fuck? So on top of that, he got schlonged. So I didn't, I didn't pre-watch this, so I didn't know. But but apparently Trump brings it up apropos of nothing. So he's clearly got rich, powerful scumbags go to jail sometimes on the brain.
Right. Like Weinstein in his eyes, he's the one that got caught.
Is a contemporary too.
Right. Yeah. So,
Jesus.
There's all these guys out there doing it like me, but he got
what? Ever.
But Democrats don't have to be honest. They really don't have to be honest because they're not going to. They will never be accused of anything. It's interesting.
By the way, then he goes into an alleged Democrat, this would be Harvey Weinstein, who not only was accused of something, but found guilty of it and is serving prison time. It's it's literally one of the worst examples he could possibly bring up. It's so weird. Like, he literally, because there are people you could argue, I don't know, make up something like, this is unfair to Bill Clinton, but like he had an extramarital affair, whatever, and you could say Whitewater was, let's just make up some bullshit where you believe there was something to Whitewater and it got sidetracked by the sexual stuff and he never, he got away with it because they focused on the blowjob or something like that. Like if you wanted to sell something, there's a section of his audience that would buy that, right? Fine.
Right.
Whatever. What the fuck is this? He literally goes, Gary Hart's another good example of somebody who got hit really hard. But check this out.
I was so amazed that Harvey Weinstein got schlonged. He got hit as hard as you can get hit.
He pauses.
Because he was sort of the...
Yeah. What's the perfect word?
He's just got to deliver the word, like, I got to deliver this.
What? Schlonged. That's not a thing, by the way, anywhere. That's not, nobody fucking says that. He might as well say porked. You know what I mean? Right? He got the short end of the schlong on that one.
The king of the woke, right? And yet he got hit. And
he says he was king of the woke, by the way.
I figured that maybe he wouldn't get hit so hard. But boy, did he get... you don't know him well. I don't know him well. But I watched that, and it was amazing. So when they do get hit, they get hit. But that's the
Sure.
the only one I can think of. Normally, they protect everybody. What they did with Adams, I think, is very suspect.
I heard you bring that up last night.
But
okay, even Bongholio is like, what? He made a Al Smith reference to the mayor of New York.
Right. The dinner, the Catholic.
That he was very mistreated or something shitty like that. Like it's so stupid. And everybody on the right was like, why would you defend this fucking guy? A, he got busted. He's not. Don't throw your weight behind. They're all trying to warn him off. Yeah, John Edwards another great example, and again, he just had a love child. He didn't sexually assault anybody.
That was consensual.
Yeah, like you can say his storyline about being a family man was bullshit, but he's got. I mean, he didn't sexually assault the woman he had a kid with. He didn't assault the child. He didn't do anything even remotely close to that. And we still punted the motherfucker. Same thing with Menendez. Like nobody's, people were lining up to kick that dude out the door. Yay, Dan voted. Right on. I asked for votes for my birthday. So when people vote, they just let me know that they voted. And thank you so much. That's the gift I wanted for my birthday, is that you vote and you bank your vote so that it's there.
I have my
Yay.
Mail-in right on the desk over here, and Kristen and I are going to do it this weekend.
Nice. And I vote Monday. I'm very excited. I take my thing in. I'm like I go in and I vote in one of the there's like a council office, and I'll just bring it in there. I'm like, fuck you, get away from me. It must safely go in this. Don't touch it. It's my okay, it's safe. It's good. Now I'm fine. I feel like I'm bringing the night receipts from a business, like I got the bag of cash and I have to put it in the night slot at the bank, And I'm like, get away from me, I got a pistol in here. Step back, everybody move back. It's going in the slot, or somebody gets a plug.
In Chicago, the drop boxes tend to be in early voting polling places. So when you go, every time I go to the one that I go to, there's a pretty good sized line.
Yeah.
And you got to walk past the line like you're the asshole that's going to vote in front because you're putting your ballot in.
Right, because you've already voted, right?
I always feel a little weird about it, but then...
Yeah, just dropping off, not voting. I've already voted. I'm just putting in the slot. I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm not bringing water or anything either, right? That would be unfair. Of course, Elon Musk can pay people $100 to sign a petition and $47 to register to vote, but I can't give them bottled water. Cool story, bro.
Yeah, man. When is some of this stuff going to start getting taken care of? It's just getting.
Well, that's why. Hey, I think that's why Elon Musk said, if she gets in, I'm screwed.
Yeah,
he knows. He knows. Look, if he does all this stuff, this illegal shit, and Trump wins, he's fine. He'll get a blanket pardon and a job, and all the government contracts he can stuff up his ass. But when she wins, there's going to be real congressional hearings about, election interference. This is multiple contributions in kind. If he throttled fucking Twitter on behalf of Trump at any point, that's millions of dollars in contributions in kind. That's, and you ask Dinesh D'Souza if that dog has teeth.
Right.
Because fucking A right it does. Now, Trump has canceled a bunch of events and stuff, and I think he's just, like I said, he's canceling anything that he feels like he can't promote a product, a book, the fucking hats. If it doesn't have an audience with money, he's not going, which is why he canceled the Black podcast, and he went to Fox and Friends and Bongholio's show, right? He's bouncing those things because he knows the audience for those has extra cash in their wallet, right? So that's where he's going. But there's a report that came out from the committee Democrats, and this is kind of in line with when is this shit gonna hit the fan? And it's gonna keep hitting the fan. This is Trump overcharged Secret Service agents to stay at his D.C. hotel, new Democratic report says. Now, I have been saying this for fucking ever. If you recall...
Is this during his presidency?
Yes.
Yeah.
Then President Trump also benefited from U.S. officials and others seeking jobs and pardons who paid for stays at his downtown Washington hotel, House Democrats alleged. This is just about that. This is also, he did it at Mar-a-Lago. He did it at Doral. He did it in Scotland. Remember they made that bank shot trip through Scotland when it wasn't part of the trip. So that the Secret Service had to stay there for 5 days, and he charged them. There's a chart, I think somebody put, yeah, here it is. These are the room rates for who gets charged.
Gosh.
Yeah. The royal
the
family
amount of crime that guy did.
The royal family of Qatar paid $280 a night to stay in that hotel. U.S. Secret Service paid $895 a night, plus their $200 per diem that they have to have that they spend in the hotel because they can't fucking leave because they're the supreme. They're his support team. They're the Secret Service. They have to, they're the first and last line of defense. So they get to. They've got $200 in their pocket given them by the government, and they can only spend it in the restaurant and the gift shop in the fucking hotel.
Yeah, because America first, right?
Yeah, exactly. And this is taxpayer money, by the way. This is taxpayer money. And by the way, he still lost that fucking hotel. Still couldn't make his fucking payments. Still had to sell it.
The only way he made any money was by self-dealing, essentially.
That's right. And so, this is why he said, I'm not even going to take my presidential salary. Because it was $400K a year. And he was making millions. He made $1.7 billion at his properties and in his business while he was president of the United States. And a full-on third of that was the government having to follow him everywhere and pay for Secret Service protection and all the other stuff that goes there, all the people that stay at his properties when he would go there. That's why he golfed at his fucking properties, because they had to come there, and everybody, and because it's a business, and because he's not associated with it, his son can charge whoever he wants, whatever he wants, and they would charge the fucking Secret Service almost $1,000 a night to stay at the property, while they charged the Qatari royal family $280, which was like even above market price. That was some gouging. But, you're paying an extra $60 a night to overhear things. But that $1,000, $1,100 a night was taxpayer money keeping these places. Again, like I said, if he hadn't won the presidency, half of these fucking properties would be in probate right now. He would have lost the Chicago Tower easily. It would have his name off the fucking building. If he hadn't won the presidency in 2016, there would not be a Chicago Tower right now. And there won't be one, by the way, within a year and a half. He's out of that building and his name's off the fucking thing.
Yeah, if I'm an owner of a unit in that building, well, I would do everything I could to get the name off. Buy the guy out or something. It can't be good for your property value.
That's right. So here we go. This is Elon Musk's Grok. We'll finish up with a Friday AI wrap up in this regard. Here's a summary of today's headlines based on information available October 18th. International relations. The U.S. expresses satisfaction with India's cooperation in the investigation related to alleged plot against Khalistani activist Gurpratwan Singh Panun. This is in Canada. This comes amidst a backdrop of international law enforcement. So the first most important thing, according to Grok, international headlines, think of what's going on in the world right now. Elon Musk wants you to think this is on par, and if not the most important daily headline. By the way, can I offer a possible storyline that that might eat into this? This is this particular headline's a couple days old, but they're reacting to it over there. OPEC lowers oil demand growth forecast for 2024 and 2025. September oil output declines. Remember that shit I was saying about there's going to be an oil glut, and why Trump is saying there's going to be, I'm going to lower your fuel prices 50%. Guess what? He already fucking knows the price is going to drop at least 30%. Automatically, if not more. So OPEC lowering, they have said they've lowered the forecast for 25. There it is. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries trimmed its forecast for growth in global oil demand for both 2024 and 2025 on Monday for the third consecutive month. The reduction in forecast allows lower oil demand in some regions across the world, OPEC said. Follows lower oil demand in its September oil market report. Growth in oil demand in 2024 has been revised down due to adjustments in Organization for Economic Cooperation development countries in April and June, which includes China. It shouldn't. Again, I think once you have a space program, you should lose your developing nation status. I think that's the simplest way to do it. If you can put satellites in the sky, you are no longer a developing nation. Is that cool? I think we're cool, and that's the standard. If you have intercontinental ballistic missiles, that would be the other thing. That's the other form. If you have either of those things, you're no longer a developing nation.
Right.
Just that, I think that
they have 2 shitty aircraft carriers. Like, they should
no, they have one and a third. The other one cracked in half and caught fire. They have one and a third.
I thought they had 2 in the water that were at least like
floating. The other one cracked and caught fire. The bridge caught fire about a month ago. I played the clip on my show. They have one and it sucks. And it doesn't even, they have a new fighter jet that they were very proud of. They can't launch off the aircraft carrier. Yeah, they can't launch it off the aircraft carrier. Now, they might be saying this because it's bullshit and the plane itself is garbage, but the size and shape and weight and what it does cannot be used on that thing. They can literally, first of all, their carrier can only go 500 miles without refueling because it's diesel and it's noisy as fuck, so you can't sneak up on anybody. And secondly, you can only launch helicopters from it. I don't know what the fuck that's for. Can anybody tell me what a super carrier is for if you can only launch helicopters off of it? And reconnaissance planes, I guess, little reconnaissance planes, Piper Cubs
outside of Taiwan and try to scare them out.
I don't know. I don't fucking know. So Cartel on Monday cut its forecast growth in global oil demand in 2024 by 106,000. That's this year. Now it expects global oil demand to increase by 1.9 billion barrels per day this year. The adjustment reflects actual data received combined with slightly lower expectation for some regions. That would be the entire nation of China, period. Okay. But what's really important in international headlines, according to Grok, which is the AI that Elon Musk has built, is the murder of a Sikh by Indian activists in Canada, which is important. It's a good story. But yeah, sports. Tennis star Rafael Nadal has confirmed his retirement, marking the end of an era in professional tennis. No other sports news? Is nothing happening in the world of sports at all? Okay, fine. And the music world mourns the loss of Liam Payne. This is like a day and a half old. He was from One Direction. He, it seems, jumped to his death. While details indicating his tragic fall might suggest he was not fully conscious at the time. He was incapacitated, and the idea is that he was probably under the influence and took his life. Impeachment proceedings are underway against Kenya's deputy president, signaling significant political turbulence in the country. That's under politics. In the U.S., there's a notable legal challenge where a federal judge criticized the DeSantis administration for actions against TV stations highlighting First Amendment issues, which is just about an ad that they didn't want running, a pro-choice ad that he tried to shut down. That's probably the first thing we've seen that actually aligns with something that's happening today that's meaningful. And again, this is Elon Musk's AI. I just clicked the button that said, give me today's news headlines. Environment. An increase in wildfires in Peru is drawing attention to environmental concerns in the region. Again, it knows where I live, right? It knows, what country my account is in, too. It should, be more specific to where I am, but that's fine. Israel has reportedly eliminated a Hamas chief, which could have implications for ongoing regional tensions. Yeah, pretty generic. Yeah, that's Yahweh Sinwar, the head of Hamas, was killed in a drone strike. I fucking saw him die on the video. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's fucking horrifying. And he was a terrible, terrible person. And his last act was with his arm blown off. He threw a stick at the drone that killed him with the other arm, and the drone went, "What was that?" and then blew him to pieces. And then somebody clearly shot him after they found him. Somebody walked up and put a bullet in his forehead after the fact, it seems, looking at him. I don't know that for a fact, but it seems pretty obvious. Delhi, local and social issues. Delhi's air quality has entered the red zone. By the way, India, big market for Twitter. probably the biggest market for Twitter is India. That's why you'll see a lot of Indian news mixed in with your stuff. It is no longer primarily a U.S.-focused algorithm or a U.S.-focused piece of software because Elon Musk thinks that there's a bunch of impoverished people on the cutting, on the baseline edge of technology who are just now entering the market, and he knows there's in the future you'll be able to scoop money from them, and so he just moved into that market, assuming he'd rather have 500 million Indians on and taking a little bit of money from them all the time than trying to convince Western people who are maybe more educated to part with their money. That's where that's his. Whether his methodology is sane or not, it is certainly racist enough to follow that. Hell, let's say, following a tragic tanker explosion in Nigeria, the government has promised to rebuild the affected town in Jigawa State, showing a response to a significant local disaster. So that's, according to Grok, those are today's headlines for October 18th, 2024.
I put a thing in the chat. It's a YouTube short that I saw yesterday. If you can try to pop that up. It's a fully AI generated woman telling like sports news.
Did you put it in our chat?
In the chat for the
for our software. Oh yeah, I see it. Cool. We'll pop this in. Hold on 1 second.
Lionel Messi has been named the greatest footballer by Marca, and he's also reflecting on his incredible career and future plans. Meanwhile, Jaden Daniels continues to impress, winning his 5th Rookie of the Week award in the NFL.
Hold on. You won't be able to hear this, so I'll copy this real quick. And I'll put it.
YouTube can.
Yeah, no, I'll put it in here so we can paste and go.
So this is fully, the woman is fully AI generated.
Yes.
And then
the voice is
an AI generated voice, probably off a script.
Yes. That was probably AI generated as well.
Marca. Yeah. And he's also reflecting on his incredible career and future plans. Meanwhile, Jaden Daniels continues to impress, winning his 5th Rookie of the Week award in the NFL. In F1, a big change is coming as the fastest lap point will be removed in 2025. Over in hockey, Dallas Stars goalie Jake...
Do you feel like she's trying to placate us so that we don't freak out? There's an interesting thing about the hands, and you talk about the uncanny valley, that she's like, simmer. Like she's doing a lot of this kind of stuff. And I don't know if it's tempered to sports fans are nuts.
Oettinger secures a long-term deal, while ESPN's new...
Like right here, like you'll notice like some like movements in her neck and like almost like a breath a couple of times.
So it looks like she's breathing for real?
It's a little weird, but it's very, very close. Like you can see the components there that make it right.
Yeah. NBA top 100.
Well, her hands aren't freaky. That's a huge step forward. The hands are consistent. And that was one of the big problems.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
Player rankings are sparking fresh debates. James Cook returns to practice for the Bills, and Caitlin Clark's already making history.
Like watch from here to here.
Yeah. And she does this, I'm moving the conversation forward hand gesture.
Yeah.
With her rookie All-WNBA first-team selection. In football, Thomas Tuchel takes charge as England's new manager, while Red Bull faces fresh cheating allegations in F1. That's today's Sports Buzz. Stay tuned for more.
So
pretty decent.
It's almost like, it's pretty decent, but you can almost tell that there's a kind of breath thing where, and by the way, I have seen like people on the news who are not quite trained, as it were, in when to breathe and to breathe at all, where they'll get into a big conversation where they'll start saying a bunch of stuff and they don't actually take a breath in while they're listening even to the other person because they're saying what they're saying. And as over time, you'll hear their voice start to get kind of squished and strained. And then they'll get what I call a chocolate bubble, which is that kind of pushed up part of their voice because they're not swallowing properly either while they talk. And she seems to be doing that. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same mistakes. She's making rookie mistakes, is my point.
When I look at these things, though, I think about, so I always say, like, realism, if something is real, it's 100%. Like, depicting reality up to, let's say, 95, 96, 97% is, like, currently pretty easy. That extra 2 or 3% is very difficult. And
yeah.
people even in the chat, they're like commenting, and that's sort of my point is you pick up those subtleties like
yes, you do,
beings,
whether you're aware or not.
Extreme subtleties.
Yes.
And to iron that out, it's going to take a little time when you're trying to create a mirror of a human, as opposed to, like you say, like a different type of person, an avatar, an animation, a cartoon, right? There's people are saying weird. Like I see weird in the chat, and that's the uncanny valley, right? Like, I mean, that's ridiculously good,
right?
But now you start to reject it in like heavy terms because these subtleties gross you out. The things that are off gross you out.
So I want to show you one other thing, and I'll let you go because Rob stayed the whole time with us, which I really appreciate. Hit that like, everybody. Subscribe. This is Friday Eye. We try to incorporate more of this stuff in, and we actually created. I'm going to give them a peek at what we're gonna work on. Where is it?
I don't have. I'd have to switch mine, right? Or do you have something?
No, it would just be a blank screen or something like that. But the idea is that we're gonna have a.
It'll be my whole. It'll be all me.
Oh yeah.
I can switch it. I'll switch it.
No. I forget what I named it. Guess one with. Oh, I know what it was. It was this thing. There he is. Ta-da!
I'm taking over the show.
So that in future we can do a full screen demo of some of the AI stuff that we deal with, which is pretty great. So, anyways, that'll be there.
And I'll actually be over here.
Yes, we'll split the screen a little bit, right? So,
I was going to ask you. I mean, we might as well do live. So I was thinking your sets are like consistent in their visuals.
Yes.
What if we here started to model your set in 3D so that you didn't have to like create, and so we could style it and then you could make it whatever you wanted in 3D. Yeah? You want to do that?
Yes, I'm 100% for that. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So and it doesn't have to be exact to this one. It can just be, I would make, like you'll notice I made, when I did the comms window, which is my, I comment on things. So I call this the comms window every time. I put this window, I made it, a rectangle instead of the hex one that the guests are in, specifically. And the reason I made the hex one is some people show up, in vertical and some people horizontal. So the hex kind of gives it a little bit of shape without it being, one or the other, where I'm trying to fit a wide one into a vertical or whatever, or try to make the verticals make sense in that. So this seems to be the better way of doing it for the shape of the windows, and it looked cool. So I was like, all right, this will work.
So what I think we can do is we'll like model out the basics, and then why don't we just like work on it on a live show? I mean, why not?
Yeah, we'll build it as we go. Absolutely. Especially because like Unreal now has like AI aspects to it where you can tell it.
First, we don't even need to go Unreal. We can just go with still images.
Yes.
That are still like or modeled in 3D rendered and then still. But then that would be the idea. I want to create the Fox. Does NFL Fox NFL do it now? They have the Unreal LED ball behind them.
Yes.
I know they do it in NASCAR, but I don't know if they do it in football yet.
Oh, I've been wanting my friggin' like screen for my stuff to come down like this and and be there as a with the actual thing on it for so long, the actual screen on it as opposed to just green and it you can see through it, because that's the harder part to do. Yeah, that's my that's my goal.
That in 3D though.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah. 3D.
Yeah.
But an LED wall behind you would be sick.
Yes, that's the next big one.
We need a little more money for that.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Not as much as you might think.
I know. I know. I look at them. I used to design things that had huge displays on them, so I'm super familiar with that tech.
Yeah. Yeah. So and for a space this big, I only really need like,
Sure.
9 feet by 10 feet maybe.
Okay.
For the space that I'm in.
Working on that. We'll figure that out.
I've seen people, whatever, I want to say it's CoffeeZilla, but he initially did his in front of just a giant TV. And because you only see him at, this high. So he'd be in an office or something like that. And they would show this environment behind him and it would change angles.
An 80-inch TV behind you would almost get your frame. It's not quite,
Right.
but it's close.
Yeah, exactly. Or a bunch of shitty, like 40-inch ones, and you just panel them together, and it makes the seam. Yeah, you get because that's what they do. That's what an LED wall
really
is.
Tiny bezeled.
Pardon us while we nerd out, audience. By the way.
Yeah, sorry everybody. You got like super tiny bezeled, maybe 50-inch ish.
Yeah.
And had 4 of those. That would probably work.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Whatever the number is now, 60.
That's right.
65. Something like that.
And I would only need lights on myself to mildly illuminate myself, because I wouldn't need all the lights to light the green screen to cut myself out, because it would be lit. It would effectively just be green, all the time. Yeah. Or you put in the environment and it's just showing the physical, it's showing a version of the environment in there. And then I get a game controller, and then I can walk around, like I'll put my
There's this like really cool
That'll be so cool.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen this? It's like a bowl, and it sits on the floor, and you wear these shoes that are kind of, I don't know, they have no tread on them, and you have like a thing around you, and you put VR goggles on, and you can run in this thing like a treadmill, but it's not moving.
What do you think my son wants for Christmas?
Oh yeah, those are cool.
Oh yeah, because we have the Meta Quest 3 now. Because we finally, we'd had the 2 for a couple of years, and it was getting along in the tooth. So they finally released a bunch of them, and because they put the 3S, they lowered the price, and so it was pretty cheap. So we went all in on that. It's pretty nuts.
Okay, we don't have too much VR here. I used to do a lot of work on the HP? HP had
Vive.
I forget what the HP one, the Vive. Yeah, that's what it was.
The one that looks like you're a fighter pilot on a spaceship. Yeah.
Yeah. We used to use them for presentations, but if you have like a 6-person presentation, only one person can wear the goggles, and
it's super weird. Yeah.
But we would have these huge like LED screens, so the other 4 or 5 people would watch the screen that the person with the goggles on saw. That was a really cool experience. Because one person's like on a ride having fun, and the other ones are like experiencing with them.
Yeah, they so this one you can metacast or whatever. You can send the signal to a device, to your phone or something like that, so you can watch what somebody's doing. So if my kid's on it, I can watch what he's doing.
Oh, nice.
But you can also screencast that to a TV. So it bounces through your device up there, and you can watch it actually happen. And it's, again, VR is not for everyone, especially if you have any possibility of vertigo. But I gotta say, where it is, I mean, I obviously don't have the Apple Vision or whatever. That'll be my gift to myself when Harris wins, and I feel like I put in the work for 3 years making sure that Trump is in the fucking rearview mirror. That's probably the gift I will buy myself to congratulations, kid.
I think of that same thing. Like, everybody around me has got so much anxiety about it, and I'm like, I just can't wait until it can just all go away.
Yes.
Now we can start
just
broom
this dumbass. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And can you imagine what Christmas is gonna fucking sweet? So and he's gonna be so miserable, and his people are gonna be mad. And as long as they don't kill anybody, I don't give a shit. As long as they're not, they can scream all they want to. That's only my worry, is that they're gonna, some of them will get violent again. There's no question. It's just hopefully it's minimized, and we can catch them before they do it. In some cases, or on their way to do it, I guess would be the thing. But man,
the kidney says VR is not for people who have real life. Who have a real life. No, that's not true. We have real lives. We use it.
God damn it. I will say, like one of the best things about the 3 is that you can now, like, it has an Amazon Prime account on it for like an app on there, and you can download movies into it. So if you're on an airplane, just like the Apple Vision Pro, you can put it on and watch a movie on a 60-inch screen instead of on your phone like this, getting text neck the entire time. That kind of stuff is pretty fun. And the games themselves, what I do like about them is that they're physical. That as much, you know what I mean? If you're going to play a video game, it's one thing to sit there with the controller in your hand and get carpal tunnel syndrome. It's another thing entirely to do a boxing game on that and then tell me it's not a real game. And get the kid a pony, for Christ's sake. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah.
It's going to be tough to have in the living room,
let's see. Son, I could get you a VR headset and you could play all sorts of games and that kind of stuff and pay for your college, or I could get you a pony and we could screw those 2 other things. But I do the boxing game on there and I get sweaty as fuck doing those things. It's great. Yeah. It's a fantastic workout. And then they have workout games specifically that are, really good. And so I think in future, as they get smaller and better and cleaner and, that like the production, the available circuitry on them gets smaller and lighter.
But once they have to get to like glasses like I have on.
Or at the very least, like ski goggles. If they could just be like, well, you're not going to wear them out in the world, but in home, if they got to be about the weight of putting on ski goggles, and putting them on,
that's fair.
That will be the force multiplier that will make people use them, a lot more, because it won't be this heavy weighted thing. Like this one, even the 3, I got the battery pack for it that goes on the back of the head part, so it balances the weight of it on your head, so it doesn't feel like you're tipping forward while you're doing it all the time. Especially for my kid, when he's doing it. But like you get really active. Like I had to get another of the 2, which looks like shit. My MetaQuest 2 looks like a TIE fighter in Empire Strikes Back. Like it's so fucking dirty and it's just from smudgy wet hands and whatever. And Camden, just human, but just using it, putting it on, taking it off. I had to get another one of the eye covers because it literally, I took it off once and it was soaking wet with sweat. And I was like, all right, we're going to need a spare because this is just nasty. We got those, you can also get these like iPons almost like you put on underneath them to soak up the sweat when you're sweating, because it's a real workout. It's better than. Is it as good as going to a gym and working out in a class? I don't know. It depends on how much you like that, but probably not as good. Is it better than just watching the insanity workout and trying to follow along on a TV? You ever do yoga? This is the best thing. You ever do yoga from a video and you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you can't see. You can't see the TV.
Right. You can't see the fucking which way you're supposed to stand. Right. Well, doing it with this on, you can see. You can always see the movement. It's great. And you can see that you're doing it right because it'll go boom when you're standing in the right position because it can tell. It's got a LiDAR scanner on it.
You're like starting to talk about, so the technology of getting a screen in front of your eyes, like that's one layer, but the harder layer is actually getting it to fit to your face, getting it to not
wear comfortably,
to sweat through it. Like
humans are gross. Billy
to
Joe said, play some Beat Saber and say that again, Hal. I have played Beat Saber. Like Beat Saber is one of the games you get for free a lot of times in these situations, and that's super fun. There's a drumming game that was free also that's kind of like Beat Saber, where you play along with metal songs, and so I got that one as well. And it's a workout. Like after you take it off, you're like Cam is so great. When we first got it, there were games in it, and he was like, one day he was like walking around like and he's like, I don't know, arms are sore and stuff, and I was like, you played VR yesterday. That's what that is. You're sore from that. He's like, oh,
the
right.
1 day after workout.
Yeah, he had leg day. He had post leg day soreness, and because he's squatting in these corners and he's playing gorilla tag, If you don't know what Gorilla Tag is, it's a game. It's really low res. It's like it's super fun, but it's like 8-bit, and you're a gorilla. You have no legs, but you're just a gorilla torso and head with arms, and you run like a gorilla by moving your arms like this, and you have to move like that, and you can actually run faster if you go sideways. So if you turn your body this way and you do like this, your character can run faster. So he's over there just like like running from other kids, running from these monsters that are in the thing. And then you can jump really high, and so you see while you're the hands are going, okay, all right, I'm good. And then he's talking to randos on there, and then like this constant, and by the time you're done, you can imagine doing that for a half hour or 20 minutes in a game. Just doing this, and and you're scared and your adrenaline's up or whatever. Like, it ends up being a workout. Like, he ends up sweaty and he's like, I need some Gatorade, and it's so great. But that's something that never happens with a sit down game. Doesn't. Nobody's like that after a game of anything. Even if you're a stand up and throw the controller at the TV kind of person. Yeah, put some arm weights on it. Lucius says put some arm weights on. I do that. So in the boxing game, idea. I have wrist weights that I put them on. Now, I personally think that because the problem is if they're not really tight, they slide forward as you're punching, so they don't come. It's good for some stuff. Like Beat Saber is very good for that, but anything you have to hit forward, they'll slide off your hands. Here's what I think. These are my boxing gloves. So I have my boxing gloves here. Because they were in my bag before. But I think they should make weighted boxing gloves for because you don't need the controllers necessarily when you do those games. So you can judge whatever. But you could use these, for example, and if they weighed 5 pounds or something like that, and you're just like, when you go to a skating rink and after you take your skates off, you're like, I could jump to the moon. You're a kid, right? The same thing would be we were saying goodbye. I'm sorry I kept him over and we were nerding out over VR, but Friday VR will be the next thing once this is all over. Once Trump is in the fucking rearview mirror, we're gonna have so much goddamn fun.
Let's use AI for good after that. Well, I guess we are already, but
yes, right, as opposed to evil or for good, like permanently, you mean. But anyways, and I've got talking about
we can start talking more about the good side of it.
Yes, exactly.
Reporting about people making fake shit about all this stuff.
Yeah, like deep fakes and stuff. All right, I'll let you go, and I'll let them go, and I'll see you guys later on this afternoon because I have tons of videos to cover, so I might even come on early tonight. Sunday, I'm at the Improv on Melrose in Los Angeles doing a Comics Against Cancer benefit. If you're in the LA area and you want to come to that, it'd be super fun. And then, like, subscribe, give a thumbs up, support the show, patreon.com/HalSparks, and I want to thank Rob Glenn for hanging out and nerding out as we do. Eventually this will just become the great nerd out because
thank you for having me, Hal, and everybody have a great weekend. Go vote blue.
Yes,
get it out, get it done, and bank your vote.
So you don't have to worry about it. And then after you vote, you can give people a ride to vote. You can help people get there, because I got news for you. Republicans,
friends, be that guy.
JD Vance said, he made that joke, I want you to vote 10 times. And he goes, the way I want you to do that, was I want you to take 9 people to the polls. I agree, man. Do that. Be a fucking, drive everybody there, because I got news for you. In most of those areas, they're not going to be driving Republicans. By the time they hit the second one, they're going to be like, I got to take my other friend from work. That guy's not voting the way you voted.
Be like, I'm not driving any more of these assholes.
Right. Exactly. They all voted for Harris. They all came out with this Harris button on their fucking, what the hell? Get out.
What am I doing?
Right. All right, awesome. Anyways, thank you so much, brother, and I'll see you soon.
All right, thank you. Have a good one. Bye.
Okay, bye. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Glenn hanging out for the long run. And I will see you guys this afternoon for the afternoon show. Don't forget to hit that like, share the show, etc., etc., etc. God damn, there's so much stuff to cover. I'm going to have to slice down some of these things. I don't want to do it because I don't want to take stuff out of context at all. But there's just so much shit. Like we're obviously in the final lap, so there's going to be a ton of stuff that's coming out every single day. But Trump has canceled a lot of his shit, and I specifically, I think there's going to be less from him. Yes, and Biden's in Germany today, doing real president shit. Yeah. But anyways, much love. I will see you guys later. I've kept you guys over. I appreciate you hanging out. I'm sorry to, but I get carried away and I love this stuff. And there's just one more thing. All right. I'll see you guys later. 3 o'clock Pacific time. Share the show.